Let's get this all set up, shall we? What's up, Harry? And get that open. I always forget all the stuff I need to open. Uh, yeah, was it any good? What's up, Sky Goat? At night. At night. Thank you, Camo. You get it. You get it. How are you doing? He was all right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, hello. All right, I'm just getting everything set up real quick. We're paying $11 for average stuff. Yeah. Fast food's expensive, especially stuff like that. Yeah. Let's keep this spoiler-free chat, Camo, if you can. That's awesome. I mean, not like getting spoiled would stop me from seeing it, but you know, be cool. All right, where is? Okay, here. I'm gonna start the playlist from here because I literally could not believe that this wasn't uploaded to YouTube until until like a year ago. That's crazy. That's funny. All right. All right. Just almost done setting up stuff. I kind of forgot I need to actually open a bunch of things. Yeah. Honestly, I really don't think like I obviously I didn't look at the spoilers, but I really don't think however it's going to end it's gonna be something I'm gonna be like super disappointed with. I highly doubt that considering how much I've enjoyed the show up to this point. So yeah, kind of messy. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. There's only so much you can fit with how many questions you want answered in the time they had left. Whole show's kind of messy. Perhaps, perhaps. Speaking of where am I supposed to be mining at? I don't even remember. 56, negative 120. Man, where's that? Is that here? Okay, yeah, this is correct. Yeah. Well, yeah, let's just leave it at that. I will end up seeing as soon. I need pickaxes. Okay. Let's get another diamond out actually. And then gravel. Boy. I feel like I'm missing something, but what do I normally have in my inventory? Oh, I don't have an egg. That's what I'm missing. All right. Yeah, 56, negative 120. So yeah, this chunk right here. All right. All right. Let me just double check. Dang, the last chunk we did was a slow one because of obsidian. Interesting. All right. Well, we're gonna see how this goes. All right. All right. Let's do this. 500 blorgs. What's up, Pixel? How you doing? Let's do this. What's up, Manny? How you doing? Yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. Doing good, yelled at Christians at Pride. That is your God-given right, funnily enough. Signed up for a communist chapter. Interesting, interesting. Unfortunately, you didn't have money for Momo's shawarma, so... But it wasn't the perfect day. That's awesome, though. Well, I mean, get on the people holding the signs for not supporting the abuse of children, at the very least, or at least their priests aren't doing this. I mean, if they still support the president, though, then yikes, you know? Found an interest of actually reading a book, some Dalai Lama. True, you should be listening to Dalai Lama. That's a good tune right there. Yeah, no, I mean, in reality, these people are still insane, even if they had one good point in that regard. That still doesn't really change much of anything. Doesn't change very much. Oh man, I wish I had more time and energy for that sort of thing. Like the last time I went to protest, like that was honestly such a great time. But it just takes so much of the day and a lot of energy, and also I'm a very paranoid person. So... And also, like, I am a high priority target of this government. Maybe not the literal highest, but certainly up there. Certainly up there. It was right next to AI hot dogs? What? AI is taking over the food industry now? Okay, I'm sorry, Pixel. You just said so many things there that actually I'm trying to process. AI pizza place at Kirkland called 6-7 Pizza. This literally sounds like a joke made up by a 12-year-old. This literally sounds like a 12-year-old who's chronically online. My God, they even have a website. Your self-smear campaign went on the low end of expectations. How so? Dot Pizza is a legit domain. That's awesome. I do like that. Can someone tell me who this is made by or owned by? I don't want to actually click this. Congrats on 20 million. Thank you. At Pizza, we're reshaping the future of pizza. Our cutting-edge automation solutions seamlessly merge with AI-powered analytics, offering... I can't do it. I can't do this. I hate the future. I hate the future so much. It's not X, it's Y. That's insane. It's also saddening how boring our dystopia truly is. You know how they say there's no I in team? Well, there's no I in pizza. I guess not. I guess not. You have it true. What do you call a pizza without eyes? Weed eater, yes. What happened on Chunkmine 98? 326 obsidian is what happened. The Industrial Revolution. It was a nightmare chunk. At least if you are looking for time saves. For obsidian enjoyers, it was a feast, though. When they said humor would be randomly generated in the future, you didn't want it to be this. Man. Yeah, I mean, like, the randomly generated humor of, like, 2016 or something was a lot better in retrospect than what we have now. Because at least it still required some human thought or human in the process to a degree. You live next to a former money laundering front pizza place. Wow. I can't believe you found Goink's Pizzeria. See, this is why I need a third monitor, so I could look at Discord while I'm doing this. I once walked in and asked for pizza and they said no. Honestly, I respect it. I would leave a 5-star review. Fat Tomato Pizza? My goodness, that is an awesome name. Sounds like a member from that gang. What gang would that be? Whatever gang is running that pizza shop front. Oh. Fat Tony. Hey, that's not nice. Gucci Gang. It's either Gucci Gang or the Freemasons. The leader of the Gucci Gang is Louis Vuitton. Fact-checked and true. I didn't scam you guys for once. I'm actually mining at night. Some are calling him the most honest chunk miner of all time. Many people are saying this. Okay. Oh, you know, I just processed that the way up is playing. It was like, this is a long song. Oh, because it's the way up. Only like 20 minutes to go. Swear one of your workmates sounds 79% like you. Dang, I didn't realize I could sound 79% like someone. That's very specific. 79% is like, they clearly don't sound like me, but they sound enough like me where you're just a little perturbed, a little unsettled. It's like I'm 79% made of, what is it, water? No, I think it's Mountain Dew. I think that's it. Took you 4 years to realize, because now you only yearn through the radio instead of face to face. I mean, I will say this, I really do think my voice does sound pretty different in person than through my microphone. It could also be that as a factor. Sup, Melon? Sup, Pretzel? How you doing? Your eye fell out? Well, pop it back in. Today I had to reset your RC password after logging in after so long, and... oh, the cliffhanger. Accidentally logged into an account you had no idea existed and it created. Because you put an email that's similar with us. Wait, so you were able to access a completely different account? How does that even happen? Like, was this an account you created in the past? Okay. I think if you if you literally tell support, they will fix it. Ban. This Osu completionist has been banned for what? Click this video to find out. Huge news in the Osu community. This Osu completionist has been banned. Ooh. Drama alert. That's a blast to the prehistoric era right there. An era that frankly no one should reminisce on. Yeah, no, support doesn't care. Support used to care a lot more back in the day, but now they don't care. I mean, you also literally can't get permaban from Osu anymore unless you literally, like, try to hack the game or DDoS or something. If you just multi-account or even cheat, they literally will never permaban you. Just look at Spare if you want proof. I think that Etienne guy, I don't know how you say his name. I think he moved on to doing a different channel. He doesn't do anything related to Osu anymore. Like over 3 months. Yeah, he was banned for 100 plus days. You're right. Yeah. Also, what? Yeah, that Osu drama account was definitely one of the reasons I realized Osu Twitter is dead chat mode. Also, fun fact, the account you logged into had the most edgy nickname ever. You don't even want to tell us that. Okay, is it in English or Polish? That's the real question. English? Oh, that's crazy. Honestly, that's awesome, Pixel. Some people with the most heinous usernames and profile pictures and whatnot literally never get banned. And then if you find a bug and play and submit a score, you get banned instantly and they kill you. No, that seems pretty on brand for Osu, actually, for someone like that to have an account for so long. Unfortunately. Yeah, no, obviously it's still ridiculous, but... I mean... I don't remember a lot of the examples anymore, and also I don't really want to say them out loud, but one of the things I would do on Osu was just go on, like, selected mod leaderboards on old maps, and the amount of Chinese Osu players from 2010 that had really terrible usernames is kind of astonishing. Bad Gadget Stew. God. He actually did nothing wrong and they punished him for it. Did they even verify that his username isn't just him describing himself? That would have been the funniest Osu moment ever. If his username was literally just him describing himself and it got changed like that. Not really into the torture thing. Well, there goes your political aspirations. No higher office for you, buddy. Real talk, you could not be a politician. Well, for one thing, you're really talking, and that's a disqualifying thing. You gotta be able to lie. Could not handle the amount of scrutiny placed on you daily. Yeah, I mean, honestly, not even just for politicians, but like even just like online personalities, especially in the political sphere. Like both people that I support and don't support get an insane amount of just vicious attacks. Like whether they deserve it or not on a literal minute by minute basis, and it makes me think like there was a point in time where I was like, not really like political stuff, but just like, I wanted to have like a bigger audience for like YouTube or Twitch or something. I feel like as time goes on, I think it might be better that I don't have an audience that's like that at all. I'm kind of chill having my 10 viewers and not constantly having death threats and stuff like that being thrown at me. I don't think it would be good for my mental health if I had to deal with that. Cause also, I hate that I'm like this, but like, I'm not super good at just letting things go if I know I'm in the right, even if it's pointless to argue about it. So yeah, I think that's probably for the best. I mean, even if I became like more known, even in like a sphere like more apolitical, like just gaming in general, I'm sure people even in that sphere absolutely still get the same like death threats and doxing and all that. It's just kind of unavoidable as a larger person on the internet. Like, it's kind of wild that that's just normal. So wait, what were you referencing? You know you're always right, so you don't even argue with anyone. Fair. You know you're always wrong, so you don't even talk with anyone. Also fair. Okay, but see, Muffin, if people actually followed the logic of that second thing, society would actually be insanely better. People who knew they were wrong about almost everything would, like just them not speaking would make stuff a lot better. Thought you were wrong one time, but you were wrong. Well, then you were wrong exactly one time. But then that also makes you correct. So you weren't wrong. Something, something, social distortion. Something, something... communism. If you ever want to win an argument, just yell communism. Yell communist, you win. This works 100% of the time. You share the victory. It is our victory, after all. Even then, next time you get yelled at on Blue Sky for for being not woke enough. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just tell them they're a communist and then you win the argument. It's literally foolproof. And also, that's crazy to think that someone might think you're not woke enough, Pixel. I'm not gonna lie, you're definitely one of the most woke people I think I know. I mean, you literally were yelling at Christians and joined the communism thing today. I really can't see how you could be more woke. But actually, you're not woke enough. Feeling generous today, you can have my loss, you don't need it right now for free, because that's communism. Look, here's something you need to understand. This is a little different from communism, but how do I say this? We privatize our victories, and then we socialize the losses. So anytime we win, we keep it with ourselves, our little in-group. But anytime we lose, we spread out the pain to everyone else. This is quite literally how our economy works right now, by the way. Never woken up, you always fall asleep every day. If you're woken up, you never sleep again. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it's hard to sleep knowing that we have literal demons running our entire government. So I get it. Right, that's what I was trying to say. Any losses, you share it out to the people not in the in-group. course, you're not going to keep any of the loss. Unless you feel like writing it off as, you know, tax break. Then in that case, you keep a little bit of the loss. Chicken wants to play. Chicken Blocky. I can't wait for them to say that in the next Minecraft movie. The next Minecraft movie is gonna be insane. It's gonna be... They have to fight Herobrine, and then at the last moment before Steve would get killed by Herobrine, a chicken Blocky comes in to save the day. And that's when we throw all of our popcorn at each other and start shooting guns in the theater. The Michael movie? Chicken Bloxy? Oh god. Oh no. Michael Jackson. See, honestly, I would not just assume that. When you said the Michael movie, I just thought you were trying to say, like, a funny way to say Minecraft. I didn't know there was a Michael Jackson movie. I think we talked about this before on stream. I literally don't think I can name 5 Michael Jackson songs. Yeah, Thriller is like the one I can actually think of immediately. You would get $1 billion for watching the Minecraft movie 10,000 times in a row, taking break days allowed. You're not allowed to look away and mute. Would you do it? How much time would that take? That's the real question. How long is the Minecraft movie, and how long would it take to watch 10,000 times in a row? Because if it's $1 billion, but it takes me more than a year to do, and that's the only thing I'm gonna do, like, I don't know, but like, that doesn't even sound that hard to do, frankly. Like, 10,000 times would be mind-numbing. Well, so is thinking about working for the rest of my life. 700 days? That's... Honestly, okay. Assuming you actually tried doing this in real time, let's say you did this 10 hours a day. Let's say the breaks, because you need to sleep. Let's say you, or like 12 hours a day. So that's 1,400 days. How long is that? That's like what, 5 years or something? I'm really bad at mental math, but like 4 or 5 years. That's not that bad, considering that most likely I'm going to be working for the rest of my life. And yeah, it would probably permanently scar me. But real life is already doing this to me anyways. So what difference is it gonna make if I'm harming myself for 5 years versus harming myself for the literal rest of my life? Like, yeah, it might be more gradual, but like I think I still could function as a person after watching the Minecraft movie. Could buy a forget potion for $5 million. I think I could get a forget potion for like $20. It's called alcohol, as the kids say. Fentanyl. That's the good stuff. I need to watch the pickaxe. Well, you know, Muffin, I could just get a lobotomy. I just need to contact the Kennedy family and get in touch and see if I can get one of those. Honestly, that's not like even the most implausible $1 billion scenario. Like, that's actually just annoying enough that most people would actually go insane before being able to complete that challenge. But, like, it's certainly... It's enough money that most people would definitely consider it. But also, I'm not gonna lie. I really... I think just having $1 billion would make me feel bad. Just the concept of having $1 billion actually makes me feel gross, no matter how I earned it. Even if I psychologically tortured myself for $1 billion, I don't think I could handle having $1 billion. I literally just want enough money to, like, be able to live comfortably without needing to worry about paying bills. I don't want $1 billion. I feel like having $1 billion would introduce so many more different problems in my life that would not happen if I had just enough to actually, like, live comfortably instead. Because at a certain point, having so much money becomes a liability. No, I don't want a Bugatti, man. I just want a car that doesn't spy on me and a car that, like, actually functions. Really, I don't want a car, but if I'm gonna have a car, I just want one that I can drive in and never have to worry about maintaining very much. Just donate half your money to Pepe. Yeah. Yeah, but, like, for real, like, I've thought about this over the course of my life. Like, I think when I was really young and, you know, still naive to what capitalism truly entailed, I was like, oh, having $1 million is awesome. Having $1 billion is incredible. Like, that's a thing to aspire to. And then as I get older, I'm like, $1 billion sounds cool to me still, but, like, kind of crazy that people can have this much money. And now I feel like I'm at the point where, like, I look at anyone who has $1 billion plus with absolute disgust, no matter how well they use their money. Just the fact that you've been able to accumulate that much wealth already disqualifies you as being a normal person and a reasonable person. I really don't think you can have $1 billion and be a normal person in society and not exploitative in any aspect of your life. That's just not possible. Like, I still want to believe that people can earn money and have something to aspire to in terms of, like, extra things. Like, not necessities, but, like, extra things. Okay, no. Honestly, Muffin, I really think, like, this is a conservative view, by the way. I honestly think, in reality, the limit should be lower, but I think conservatively, if we capped, like, wealth, like, not just your income, but, like, your actual net worth, and how much money you can have as an individual, or, like, as an owner of a company or something at $999 million, I think we would be better off. If you were taxed 100% after that, I really think society would be better off. Because $999 million is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting amount of money to have. You don't need that much money. You remember when a streamer's chat got mad at you and you said you were jealous? Or said that you were jealous, you said billionaires suck. Yeah. Popular speedrunner. Crazy. Yeah, and see, like, some people might complain that, oh, you're making it so that there's no incentive to earn money. You're making it so that there's no point to accumulate infinite wealth. And to that I say, yes. At a certain point, the incentive becomes harmful to the rest of society. At a certain point, these incentives literally corrupt people. What billionaire exists that isn't corrupt in some fashion? Obviously, there's different degrees. Some of them are truly, absolutely, like, ghoulish monsters, and some are more, like, benevolent monsters. Like, as much as a benevolent monster a billionaire can be. If you want to be charitable. It's just one of those things, it's like, you don't, like, you can have a competitive economy without making the exploitation of people that extreme. Pretty sure anyone can live comfortably and without any worries with 10k a month or less. Literally the only places like that's not true are in the most expensive cities in America. But even then, like, you can still technically live off that. There is no world where if you made $1 million a year, you can't live off that anywhere in the world. Maybe only if you live in, like, one of those weird rich club society places, or you live on, like, a private island or whatever. In normal society, you literally don't need... You don't need anywhere more than... Like, I would say, being generous, $200,000 a year basically guarantees you comfortable living anywhere in the world. You can live comfortably 4k a month. Yeah, I'm just saying for, like, the absolute worst case scenarios, like downtown Manhattan or something. But, like, even then, 10k a month is still, like, you can definitely live off that if you budget correctly. That is absolutely doable. But just to be charitable to capitalist piggies, like, $200,000 a year? If you can't live off that, you're literally trolling. You actually are, like, a slave to lifestyle creep in a way that, like, doesn't make sense. Like, I like, $50,000 a year is absolutely livable. It's not good. You're still worried about bills and stuff. But, like, you can live off of even that. So 200, like, if my income 4x'd, like, or, like, oh, I don't know what 200,000 would be from my current wage, but, like, I'm just even assuming, like, if you made $10,000 a year, like, absolute poverty wages, and you were 5x that, you definitely would live a very different life. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, with inflation and creeping costs, even $50,000 a year, at least in America, especially in cities, that's not really that livable. You definitely would still worry about bills. But, like, honestly, you don't even need to go up to 100k to be super comfortable. Like, I would imagine $80,000 a year being, like, literally living life on autopilot. Like, I'm not actively thinking about, oh, shoot, these bills are killing me. Not at all. Like, it really doesn't take that much money to make most people's lives extremely comfortable. By the way, like, I'm saying, like, literally zero worries in terms of money. I really do think, like, $50,000 is still enough money to, like, not be super worried about things, but there's definitely still things to worry about. Like, if you have a hospital bill in America, $50,000 a year is not going to help you with that. If you were making $200,000 a year, you would still have to think about it, but it wouldn't be literally life-crushing in the same sense. Like, you could pay that off with time. But if you make $35,000 a year, then you're just cooked. You're cooked. Like, it's actually just over for you. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that's like, it's very radicalizing when you think about it that way. I mean, one thing that definitely makes me feel radicalized is that, like, I wish I could remember what source I saw this at, but I think that the way it was calculated, if you actually took real living costs in this country, the United States of America, and set the minimum wage accordingly to like those needs, the federal minimum wage should literally be $30 an hour. Minimum wage. By the way, for reference, federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. Now, granted, most states in this country do pay higher than that now, but, like, most of them barely. And I can't think of anyone in the industries I work in that make $30 an hour. Like, I don't work in a quote-unquote high-skill job, so, like, $30 an hour is basically impossible to achieve without working a very long time and moving up into, like, corporate stuff. Also, large regions that largely do not have minimum wage because almost nobody would take that job. Yeah. I mean, that's another thing. Like, a lot of these jobs... Okay, another thing that radicalizes me, like, that I remember hearing recently that felt like a pretty good point to me was, like, there's this saying that, oh, we use migrant workers for farms because Americans don't want to work hard-working jobs, or they don't want to work these jobs. There are Americans that will work really difficult physical jobs, like very physical, like hard labor. Stuff like construction or working on an oil rig or stuff like that. The difference is that these jobs actually pay enough money to offset the physical difficulty. Meanwhile, on these farms, they're literally paying minimum wage or less. That's the difference. It's not that Americans don't want to work these jobs. That's why farmers are struggling to keep people. No, it's that they don't pay any money. There's no money, like, to actually be earned working these jobs. Like, yeah, of course Americans aren't going to accept working sub-minimum wage, like, wages. Like, it's just, that's ridiculous to think. It's so dishonest, and it really frustrates me, and really, like, thinking about this type of stuff definitely makes my blood boil just a tad, just a little. Like, this society, excuse me, is so unequal. It's kind of, it's hysterically comical, but like in a really sad way. Like, it would be really funny if it wasn't for the fact that I live in this godforsaken country and live in this system. And the thing that both terrifies me and makes me sad is that this is really not as bad as it could be. It really still could get so much worse if we let it happen, which they want to do. They definitely want to make it where everyone works for poverty wages if they could. Move to Sri Lanka. Moving out of the country is not an option for so many reasons. I'm stuck here, whether I want to be or not. Also, I don't know anything about Sri Lanka. Yeah. Man. By the way, I apologize if I'm getting a little too heated or passionate, but these are things I definitely worry about and think that could be very big problems for society. Especially because the last thing I want is for like weirdos to come into the stream and be like, actually you're wrong, and also I'm gonna kill you for your opinions. It's the thing I literally was talking about earlier on stream where I'm like, I'm kind of glad that my dream of wanting a bigger audience didn't happen. I think it's much better that I stay like small scale and just kind of keep this as like a hobby. I do not need that in my life. Do Americans make more money than Europeans because medical and education costs are higher? It really just depends on what profession you go into and what state you're in and everything like that. I don't know what the actual average is, but I just know that with my current wage, if a real medical emergency happened, I'm actually gonna go bankrupt. So the moment your audience becomes big, a lot of stuff becomes super exhausting, yeah. I mean, I think the fact that I work full-time kind of stops me from ever achieving that anyways, so I don't have the time to cultivate a big audience even if I wanted to, and that's fine. I think it would be way too much of a headache. And also, low-key, I'm just not good at, like, content. That's not really my thing. I kind of just do whatever I want, and you guys just join me for the most part. Like, I'll try my best to interact and stuff, but for the most part, this is my journey, and you're here for the ride. That's pretty much how my streams go for the most part. Yeah. It would be fun if there was a big chunk mining audience, but I don't know if the internet is ready for such a high concentration of epic people in one place. We like chunking. We like big chunkus. Some people have an audience. Yeah, I mean, the thing with online audiences is that it's definitely, like, there is a lot of luck. Obviously, though, like, even some of the worst people that have a big audience, so long as they didn't, like, literally buy the viewership, a lot of them did put in a lot of effort and time into it. It's just they put the time and effort into making reactionary or stupid content instead of bettering themselves. Or putting in the effort to making content that isn't complete brain destruction. But one thing you can't say is that they didn't put in their time, for the most part. There's very few examples where someone, like, put in no effort and actually just got a big audience like that. That almost never happens. you usually have to put in some effort at the very least. Definitely more effort than I put in. At least in terms of, like, making real content. Played OC after a break, you were so sweaty for some reason. Maybe you were just not used to playing like that, so your body was overexerting itself. I don't know, man. But yeah. I mean, another nice thing about having, like, a smaller audience, though, is the fact that, uh, like, it's just so much more chill, and I can actually, like, keep up for the most part with what's going on in, like, chat and stuff. That, and also I'm not literally fighting off weird people in chat all day. Anytime I tune into, like, a bigger streamer's chat or stream, I just see them constantly, like, arguing with, like, one random person in their chat who's just being contrarian or something. I get it though. Sometimes there's some people that come into streams that are genuinely hard not to take the bait, hard not to bite. When they're so ignorant and so wrong that it's just hard to let go, you know? Favorite part is when chat is dead. True. True. Okay, maybe I'll fight the weirdos out here. Oh, I know you will. I know you will. Appreciate it. I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I'm a little too lax with the weird people, just because I find them so fascinating. Sometimes people have come in here and just said the weirdest, like, most hateful things, and I'm just like, that is crazy that a human can, like, actually just sit there and type that. Like, I'm kind of engrossed with how insane these people are. Like, what choices could lead you to being this way? You are the warrior. It's true. Oh yeah, I mean, I played a lot of OC recently for Score Camp, and the thing that actually hurt the most after playing so much Score for the first time in a long time was my shoulders. My shoulders were aching before anything else. And definitely the thing that was aching longer than anything else in the immediate aftermath. Gotta go to sleep. Alright, have a good one, Manny. Thank you for tuning in. Do you hang your elbows? What does that mean? Elbow support? No. I put my elbows on my armrest. It's just I think I aim a lot with my shoulder. So I think that's why I was feeling it. And, like, also I was just playing so much more than I have in recent months. I think that's also what did it. I just wasn't built for playing that much again so suddenly. But yeah, I do lay my elbows on my chair rest. Whatever you call them, armrests. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. And also, like, when you tense up, at least when I tense up, Like I do instinctually like raise my arm on my tapping hand, and I think some of the strain goes to my shoulder when I do that, which is not good. That is not a good habit to have. I try my best to not do that. You play without elbow support, you have big areas, so definitely multi shoulder. Oh yeah, for sure. That definitely would do it. No doubt about that. You definitely should look into learning to play with some elbow support if possible. I think that would do you some good. Especially if you already have an injury, even if it's unrelated to gaming. Don't want to flare that up further. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I'm definitely pretty sweaty, honestly, even while doing this. It's just hot. It's just that time of year we're starting to heat up quite a bit. And I think my chair material probably doesn't help either. But I'm also trying not to crank up the AC very much, trying to keep the AC relatively high in terms of temperature. Sounds like you need a fan. I already have fans. I mean, we actually do have a fan going, so that's helping a little. This is the shoulder that you broke during your MTB trip. Can you tell me what MTB stands for? Doctors at the hospital at Fort Crutcher thought you tore muscle because X-ray didn't show a thing. You should get an MRI. Turned out it was a fracture. I love when the doctors don't don't immediately figure out the problem. Mountain biking? Oh, okay. I've never seen mountain biking shortened to MTB, so I didn't want to just assume that. Hey, excuse me. Okay, at least you didn't have to do that in America, where you would have been charged an extreme amount of money for all that. On the topic of biking, you've seen a bunch of Zwift videos, and it looks fun. You just wish you weren't broke. I don't know what you were talking about. Care to enlighten me? Riding bike indoors is worse than junk mining by about 100x. That is a very bold claim. And also worse in what metric? Are you talking about enjoyment? Problem is you think chunk mining is bad. Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but is there an implication there? By the way, I've never heard of this before. Indoor bike riding is this a thing? I have actually never heard of this before. Like, do you need like some kind of physical thing for it or what? Oh, okay. Yeah, that was like the only thing I could envision. Is it just an exercise bike? Is there anything special about it? I'm not really sure I understand. Hmm. It's just biking, but in the virtual world, which is much more preferable to you than being outside. I mean, believe it or not everyone actually likes being outdoors. It could be possible that some people might just find it more comfortable to do things indoors, even things that might be perceived as a outside only activity. Also, depending on where you are in the country, going outside on your bike is not the most pleasant thing. And also, like, I mean, the risk is very low, but like, you can end up in a dangerous position just being outside. Especially as someone in a marginalized group of people. Being outside in general may not be the most pleasant thing to do. You should plant some grass in your room so you can touch it without being outdoors. You will win every argument this way, Pretzel. As you always do. It's like what your grandpa says. We're gonna be winning so much that you're gonna be tired of winning. We're winning every day for 3 months. Yeah. We've been winning since the first hour. But we're just continuing to make sure that we're still winning. One time the bike you were riding didn't have brakes, so kind of couldn't stop before you hit a curb. That's awesome! I love when the vehicle you're riding doesn't have a way to stop itself. Now, I don't want to just assume what you're gonna say, Bad Faith Usu. But I feel like there's a part of your brain that wants to be bad faith and just say skill issue. Saw 2 bike incidents in 2 days, both include a car on a bicycle road and a bicycle crashing into it. Yeah. By the way, like in America, riding a bike is actually way more dangerous than it needs to be. Like that's another reason why something like indoor biking would actually be pretty popular here, if I had to guess. The amount of injuries and deaths caused by being a biker trying to use the bike lane in this country is kind of absurd. I mean, the amount of injuries and deaths just from cars in general in this country are stupidly high, so... Yeah, no, I would never ride on the road. I would just ride on the sidewalk even if it was illegal. This is why people ride gravel roads. I'm happy for you that you have gravel roads to ride on. I don't think most people in America have easy access to that, though. Yeah, in a downtown US city, your options are literally the sidewalk or the street. You want to tell me you guys don't have gravel? Not in places where people actually are. Riding on the sidewalk is illegal. I think it depends on your jurisdiction, but yes, I think sidewalk riding is can be considered illegal. which is psychotic because it would be way safer if people on bikes could use the sidewalks when bike lanes aren't a thing. So, yes. Like, infrastructure that is meant for anything but... how do I say it? Infrastructure that's only built for cars means that being a bicycle rider is impossible in this country. Unless you are lucky and have bike lanes, but even then... Sidewalk riding is less safe if there's people on it. There might be more chance for injury for, like, people, but the amount of people that would die from getting hit by a bicycle versus getting hit by a car is not comparable. Yeah, 30-minute walk one way is pretty rough. Especially if you're going to somewhere where you're literally gonna, like, work out or, like, tire your body further. It's not difficult to slow down when you're passing people on the sidewalk. It's also not difficult to be riding slow in the first place when there's people on the sidewalk. You can just go slower. And if you want to make it a thing, you can enforce speed limits on sidewalks too, if that's really an issue. It still would be overall safer than forcing people on bikes to be in the street with 2-ton vehicles. Like, again, like, you can hurt someone pretty bad by riding into them full speed with a bike, but it's just not comparable by getting hit by a car, you know? It's just not. Like, even at the same speed of a car, it's just not the same thing. Yeah. And yeah, like, if someone's riding that recklessly on the sidewalk, they should be treated the same as someone who's, like, driving manically on the road as well. I think in a downtown city, you're more likely to get injured by a car going at the same speed of a bike. Like, you just can't go that fast on a bike in a populated city. At least one with, like, an actual culture of people using the sidewalks. But also, like, I think the broader point is just, like, I like what we were talking about earlier. Like, I don't think it's weird that people would find something like indoor biking a more preferable thing to do than actually going outside and biking, especially in this country. There's a lot of genuinely good reasons as to why someone would consider indoor biking versus going outside and biking in this country. Like, I'm glad for you that you don't have to worry about that, but in this godforsaken country, there is so many things working against existing outside without a car. It's actually unfathomable if you don't live here. Our culture is literally get the biggest, heaviest car you can, smallest windshield possible. Yeah, that's the thing. That's another thing that I'm not sure how many European people know. Cars have literally gotten ginormous in just the last few years. Like, we don't drive cars anymore. We just drive actual trucks on the road now. Like, literal tanks on the road, basically. It's to the point where if you're driving a car, you can't see children, like, from your windshield. You're just actually you actually could just run over a child super easily in these cars. Is it because fatties don't fit in normal cars? That's literally not the reason at all. That's an insane sentence. It's quite literally what Pixel was getting at. It's that people don't feel safe in their small cars, so everyone gets a big car to survive car accidents and also to show off. And it just becomes a really vicious cycle. Oh, and also the car companies literally do not want to sell you the small cars anymore. They literally, like, I've seen car parking lots where it's all just the, like, pickup trucks now. Like, that's literally all they want to sell because it's what makes them money and it's what people apparently are demanding. It's one of those things of, like, America self-entitled, selfish death cycle. I thought you guys get big cars so you can move things around easier. Some people do that, but most people just get it as, like, big car equals safer. Big car is the thing I can afford. Big car is... Yeah. It's what they advertise it for. Yeah, most people just don't use it that way. Most people don't need a big car at all. But the problem is that these companies push people to, like, buy these cars. And also people feel safer in these big cars. But then so many people buy these big cars that driving on the road is genuinely more dangerous. And now you have to buy a big car, even if you don't want one, to keep yourself from getting killed. Because these cars are big enough for, like, even if you're in, like, a normal size car, it can literally crush your entire car. Like, that's what we're talking about here. It's kind of psychotic. And this isn't a joke. Like, that's actually what's happening on America. Like, I see it every single day. There's no refuting this. It's literally very evident. You want smaller cars that go slower, you're not joking. I mean, speed limits need to be lowered, and also roads need to be narrowed so that people are forced to drive slower. And also big cars should be illegal, or at least made super expensive. Hopefully the Iran war makes gas so expensive people can't drive their Ford F-150 anymore. Yet another way Trump is actually super woke. Causing an energy crisis so bad people run to renewable energy. That's my woke king right there. Thank you, God Emperor Trump, for making gas $12 a gallon. Favorite Blade album? None. I don't listen to music like that. But yeah, that is quite literally like a genuinely good reason on its own as to why biking outside is not the most not the most like, how do I say it? It's not the best option. You would have to go out of your way to actually find, like, a nice place to bike in this. Like, you literally... Okay, this is gonna sound funny, in most places in this country, you literally have to drive to a place that you can actually bike to without worrying about all this. You can't just go outside your house and just go ride your bike super easily. You have to live in a pretty decent neighborhood to feel completely shielded in that way. Anyways, you're not sure, you're convinced you guys don't have gravel near proximity? I mean, you don't have to be convinced or believe, but you quite literally have to drive to any decent park or anywhere to actually ride your bike. To like a trail or something. There's very few places in this country where you can just get on your bike and go. Like, I don't know how else to convince you, but this is literally the truth, and almost every American can back me up on this. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. Will Trump get a third term? I don't know, man, maybe. It's not constitutional, but nothing these people do is constitutional anymore, so whatever. That's the case in the UK too, but you're 1/100th the size in terms of bikes. Yeah. Phoenix, Arizona. Also known as Hell. The average European does not understand the concept of suburban hell. Okay, but wait. Listening. True. Take it in, take it in. What do you define as European? A country in Europe, probably. Or at least anywhere that's culturally European. Also, that's the end of the chunk. Let's go. How does he do it? Alright. That is number 199. Wow. I forgot how close we were to 200. UK is culturally American. They're definitely not as culturally European as they should have been. There's something else. See, you get it now. You get it. Thank you for looking. Quite literally, most American cities are relatively that bad. There's obviously exceptions, but like most people don't live within a very nice, easily walkable or easily bikeable area. Most people either live very rural, far away from everyone, or they live in really terrible cities. Thoughts on Boston? I have none. I've never been, don't know anything about it. If it's not concrete jungle or 5 miles of of SFH, what is SFH? Am I dumb? Single family house. Oh yeah, yeah. You're right. All right, I need to punch in my stats. Get this all punched into the spreadsheet. Need a punch. That's the American spirit right there. Dang, 92% deep slate efficiency. Not bad. Especially compared to the last chunk, which was 79.8 or 79.7%. Blocks mined. That is not the correct number. What? Oh, I see what happened. All right. 15,300. Nice whole number. 110% block efficiency. Wow. This was just actually a very efficient chunk. 3, 4, 8, 5. All right, how many diamond ore was that? Like 24? No, 18. Dumb. All right, there we go. Didn't actually look at the other number. All right, how many diamonds did I get? 39. All right. All right. That was a good chunk. That flew by as well. Yeah, no one has money to live in NYC. That is true. That is very true. Not even communist Mamdani has gotten the prices down enough yet. Yeah. Yeah, see dude, it like we are not lying when we say that you literally have to have a car in this country unless you live in a very lucky area. So why don't you guys have medium-sized cities? Because we're stupid? I don't know. I mean there are smaller cities, but like a lot of the big cities in this country are literally meant for car infrastructure. Lobbying from car industries. Yeah. That's certainly part of it for sure. There's a lot of reasons our cities are structured like this. It has a lot to do with capitalism and racism. That is not a joke. There is many reasons our country is structured this way, and a lot of it has to do with how our society is and how money infiltrates into the system. Also, this is kind of interesting. We're like just getting some of this air pocket. Not a whole lot, but enough. I mean, that goes down really far though. That's a decent time save. That goes down 40 layers. Racist coffee. Yeah, there are medium cities for sure. But like depending on where they are, they might have nothing to offer most people or they're too expensive to actually live in. Cuz a lot of cities like that actually would be pretty desirable to people and that drives up costs. Like the only places that are worth living in that are medium sized are places that literally get overlooked. This is just Starbucks. True. Also, I like these floating blocks. Let's put our diamonds away. Alright. Let's continue this conversation while I actually mine a chunk, right? That's probably a good idea. Let me just make sure this is the next chunk. I'm like 99.9% certain. Negative 120, positive 56. Uh, did I look at the wrong row? Oh, wait, I just didn't punch in last chunk. That's why. So 199. So now 40, negative 136. Yes, okay, this is correct. Okay, let's do this. You love what? But yeah, I hope now you understand the perspective we were trying to tell you, Bad Faith Usu. Like like we are literally not joking when we say this country is hard to exist in if you're trying to go outside without a car. It is not friendly. Like that's why something like indoor biking would actually seem pretty appealing here. As to in probably a lot of places in Europe. Of course, I don't know that like enough about Europe to actually make that statement, and Europe's not a monolith. You would probably know more, but I assume there's quite a few more bikeable places in European countries than there are here. That are like actually accessible to more people percentage-wise. Because obviously America has not a lot of nice places to be. It's just they're very inconvenient to get to and can be quite expensive for the average person to access. This country's a mess. And this current administration is not doing anything to make it better. But, you don't need me to tell you that. It's pretty self-evident. I meant monoliths figuratively. Most cities are walkable, yeah. That's my assumption and what I've heard. I mean, there's definitely walkable cities even in this country, but a lot of them are expensive, and you have to really stretch the definition of walkable. But then there's some cities that quite literally, like, you will die if you try to walk. Like Phoenix, Arizona. I cannot believe that's a real city. That city is quite literally the funniest thing that's ever existed in terms of trying to make a livable place. And like the only reason I care about Phoenix, Arizona is because my family at one point strongly considered moving there. And I am so glad we never moved there because I could never. I even I have my limit. As someone who doesn't even like going outside, even I would be like, this is unbearable. Oh my pick. Anyways, wouldn't it be cheaper if people used Metro instead of cars? Dude, we don't have Metros. We don't have anything like that. That's the... that's another thing. We literally don't have things like that. Like, literally, there's so few places in this country that have actual access to trains that go anywhere useful and actually reach out to the communities that need them. Like, there's barely buses, there's barely trains, there's, like, no real structure of public transit in this country of any kind. Like, this is another thing that might be unfathomable to you, but, like, if I wanted to use the train, like, I'm lucky that I even live within driving distance of a train station. But the thing is that I would still have to drive to the train station first. That's how far away it is. If I wanted to walk to the nearest train station, it literally would take like an hour at least. And then the train doesn't really go to that many places that would actually be useful. And it wouldn't be worth it because then I wouldn't be able to get back to like the apartment or anything. New cities? Oh, that's funny that you think we're building new cities. We don't really build cities in this country. We literally just take the cities that have existed for 100 years and just reiterate on them, and not even really reiterate. We just expand them, but then we don't actually fix anything aside from superficial things. If like a government building that gets like any kind of government money has a problem, they might fix something, but like even then that's not guaranteed. And certainly things that like actually would require real money, like building like public transit of any kind, just forget about it. The only public transit in this country are either things that already existed from a long time ago, built under more progressive administrations, or they're just projects that are like basically vanity projects that don't actually do that much to help the community at large. They only help a very small subset of the community. They're only in the most progressive cities. And honestly, not even all of the progressive cities either. Seattle Light Rail is actually really good, and they still do active work on it, yeah. But then I just think of, like, California and, like, their mess of trying to build high-speed rail that's just gone nowhere and wasted too much money, from my understanding. So basically, government doesn't take projects to build new cities because they take more than 4 years? Yeah. See, now you're getting it. If you can't do something in a single term of a president, you're not gonna get it done by the federal government. Because the next guy in can literally just say, no, we're not doing this anymore. And that's just legal, and it just happens. Quite literally, okay. Joe, this is not, this is not, like, transportation, but Joe Biden did a thing called, I believe, the CHIPS Act, which was to build, microchips, like, stuff for computers in this country. But obviously that takes years to make. And then this administration came in and we're like, nah, we don't really want to do that anymore because everything Joe Biden did was illegal and bad, actually. Among many other things that this government has defunded. But quite literally, this country is just, if you can't do something in 4 years, you literally aren't allowed to do it. And even if you do it in 4 years, it can still get rolled back, legally or illegally. It doesn't seem to matter which anymore. So it's basically, like, getting the actual federal government to do anything, it won't happen anytime soon. Not without radical change. So the only way to actually get transportation done is through cities and states. But, of course, they have their own politics and corruption and bribery you have to get through, and red tape. It's a nightmare to do anything in this country, because this country takes the approach of literally anything you have to do has to be done through mountains of paperwork. And honestly, even then, it'll cost so much money in just paperwork that you're not gonna do it. And also, it won't get done anytime within the next 50 years. Like, it is actually psychotic trying to get anything done in this country with this system. Like, everything needs to be rewritten if we want anything good to be done. That's how bad it's gotten. Everything is gridlocked. Everything is locked behind money and paperwork and red tape and bureaucracy and things like that. And like not all of it is necessarily bad in a vacuum, but it's just the combination of it that we have is so detrimental and stops anything from happening that it quite literally freezes everything in time and just means whatever we have now is what we get. And if you want anything else, tough. Get lost. Cry about it and die. Wonder how long until we get a metro in our city. We got like 500,000 people and the roads are super busy during peak hours. Yeah, I mean, in a case like that, you definitely should work on it from now, if not already having worked on it. If your city's government knew that your population is growing, they definitely should have thought about it. Public transportation would be faster if people didn't use cars. Yeah, but at least in America, everyone is way too self-centered to think that way. Not to mention, it'd be better for the environment, too, but climate change and global warming is a hoax, actually, so. The United States as a whole has not progressed infrastructure-wise since the 60s. That is unironically true. Like, it might seem insane to think about if you don't live here, but that's true in most places in this country. The only places where that's not true is places that are new enough for that not to be the case. But even the new places that get built in this country either aren't built very well, like they aren't gonna last, or they're so expensive that no one can reasonably live there except for the wealthy. So it's not a real option anyways. Basically, your only choices as an American is be lucky in terms of where you're born and like what income level you're born into. So that way you can live in a relatively nice area. Or you just have to live in a subpar location with subpar income and deal with the consequences that all of that brings. Every aspect of your life is going to be subpar through no fault of your own. Which is wild to think about in the literal wealthiest nation in the history of all of humanity. That we have places in this country, large swaths of this country, that are quite literally, at best, subpar. If you're being charitable, subpar. If not straight up failing and crumbling. To say we're in decline is an understatement. It doesn't have to be that way, but it seems like that is the world that we inhabit currently. So, yeah, yippee, yay. Making you sad, I'm sorry. This is, this is why I try not to talk to you about all of this stuff, because this is literally what goes on through my head every single day. I literally constantly think about this stuff, and it is really hard to ignore as I get older, as I age and realize, wow, this society is not built for longevity, not built for our population. You like being naively optimistic. I mean, okay, I should say that there are still pockets of this country and things to look at to be optimistic about. Despite everything that the federal government has done in their power to make this a worse country, there are still beacons of light, like the people who have won in the Democratic primaries recently. Not all the candidates, but there's a good number of them that are supremely progressive and really actually look like fighters for this country. And then, of course, our socialist, communist, jihadist mayor of New York City. Mashallah, he's doing a wonderful job to bring Sharia law into this country and turning New York City into communist woke paradise. We love Zoran. We love Zoran. Thinking about that get woke for Sharia law tweet. Like yeah, like there's people and things and places to still be optimistic and happy about. It just sucks that we don't live in an area where we get any of that, sadly. But hopefully it spreads. Hopefully, like MAGA, it spreads like a disease, but for once it's a disease that we actually want to spread around. The like woke, idealist, actually progressive agenda. Like, it's funny because people in MAGA would probably look at me and think like, wow, I hope you die. And I just look right back at them and I'm like, I really hope you get free healthcare. I just want free healthcare, man. I just want to not have to point or pay at the point of service. Increase our taxes just a little bit, get rid of private insurance, and get rid of insurance companies in general, and make healthcare actually a right in this country. Sorry, I'm getting too woke. Funny thing about long projects, we got a stadium which is being built for like 20 years already. I think one of the contractors gambled money away before. Yeah, I mean, by the way, this happens exactly in this country too, where we'll do things called no bid contracts. We'll just give contracts to whoever we want to give the contract to, instead of either doing lowest or highest bidder. We'll just give them out to whoever our buddy is, and then it won't get done ever. Or it will get done, but it costs an extremely high margin of money than it actually costs, and then everyone who is in charge of the project at the highest level gets an insane kickback from it. The corruption is deep in this country in that regard. I mean, for Donald Trump, this is small scale corruption, but like there's like a fountain that Donald Trump wants to like repaint or rebuild or whatever, and the money that it would have costed, like, I think the Biden administration already wanted to do this, and the cost would have been like what, like $3 million? Already an obscene amount of money for a fountain. But Donald Trump did a contract for like $17 million. And he's definitely gonna get some of that like money in return. By the way, this is taxpayer money. So like Donald Trump didn't do this out of his own pocket. He's using my money, our money, to pay for this, to enrich himself and his buddies. No bid contract. Just gave it to a contract company he's friends with. And by the way, this is the like small scale corruption he does. This is like the very small things that most people honestly don't even blink at anymore, because it's so, like, it's so petty in comparison to the other things this guy has done in just the last year, let alone the rest of his life. The corruption of this man is astounding. Like, it's a very high bar, but he's definitely among the most corrupt people to have ever lived. I don't want to say he's literally the most corrupt because other people definitely still do exist that might be worse. But he is he's in the contender for possible podium status at the very least. Ugh. My God, I'm actually talking so much. I need to drink water. I don't usually talk this much while I do chunking. You guys really got me going today. Let me drink water real quick. Alright. Anyways. Oh boy. You know what though? Even with as bad as everything is, at least I have my chunk mining. Can't go wrong with that. The moment I don't have my chunk mining is the time we need to actually overthrow the government. That's when it's gone too far. I'm gonna mute my mic for a sec. Balatro? How much of that game is luck versus skill? I don't know anything about that game. %95 skill? Okay. I mean, I assume there's some luck to it. I just don't know what percentage that is. Best players can beat the hardest difficulty like 80 times in a row. Okay, okay. Well then, skill issue, as the kids say. I say as I would literally not ever do any better. Honestly, I think I've said this before on stream, but you guys would actually laugh at how bad I am at video games. Like, games that I don't play, I have literally, like, the lowest skill level possible. I just play so few video games that it really is just like that for me, I think. Like, it's honestly impressive that I'm even 4-digit level in Osu. Although, hey, some games are slightly unintuitive or learny. If he has to retry a stage 4 times, it's over. It's true. I played Cuphead. I got stuck on like the second level or something and just rage quit. I actually felt like that one game reviewer. The one that struggled in the tutorial. Okay, no, you're still 3 times as good as that guy. That's insulting that you say only 3 times as good. You're not wrong, though. No, honestly, I don't think I'm actually that bad at video games. It's just I literally don't have the ability to retry. It's not a skill I learned. Which is weird, because I actually do have a lot of patience, just not that kind of patience. It's a different kind of patience. I have endurance. I think that's it. This guy hates retry spam. It's true. I literally don't retry spam in any game I play. I just can't do it. Also, Muffin, that Momo Takahashi, that literally is just a Japanese name. That's awesome. Yeah, like, the way we approach games is very different. You will sit there for a very long time retrying the same section of a game over and over, and I'm just like, if I can't do it in one try, this is the worst game ever. What's TL tapping? Four fingers, two key. Oh, okay, okay, I see. Yeah, Goink is good at a lot of unconventional play styles. PTTL is a legend. What do you mean UFC Mad Machine in 2011? So what you're saying is that your arrogance actually got you to discover that you could do this. I mean, I've never done 4 fingers on 2 keys type tapping, but I've definitely jitter click vibroed through maps using my mouse before. Some people might think that's just called Taromi Vana, bad faith. You're being arrogant about being humble. You're the most humble, arrogant person I know. Sorry, can't talk about cheaters anymore. Top player lost their marbles against you. I think it's just one of those things where, like, most people at this point accept that this person is legit. If we're talking about Taromi Vana, I think you're just fighting a losing battle at this point. I'm personally pretty indifferent about this guy. I want him to be legit. But at the same time, most of his scores are genuinely not even, like, that interesting, so I'm not very swayed one way or the other. I like when he plays DT Hard Rock on old maps. He does occasionally do that, and it's pretty cool. Yeah, I think most people in here have seen the mod multiplayer post by now. No, you cannot. Honestly, most of the values seem fine enough. There's definitely some interesting ones, like easy being worth quite a lot. I don't know why they decided to make DiffAdjust give less than 1.0. Is it? I think the reasoning they gave. I forget what the reasoning was actually, but my understanding is like, I mean, yeah, for some people it can definitely make the map easier, but I think more likely it's just to disincentivize people from basically making the map way too different from what it's supposed to be. I still think the classic value is too low, but at least it's not 0.98. If it was 98 flat, I actually would have lost complete faith. .985 is literally the absolute lowest I would have accepted. It really should have just been 99 or 1.0. I really don't think on most maps laser scores are like actually that much harder. Yeah. They're not gonna do that, Perry. I think this is probably gonna be the final value for most of these mods. Especially Classic. I do think if there's one value I think that should be slightly higher, it should be DT. At least make it 1.25. Thing about Defadjust is that he CS adjust scores about on our local leaderboards. I mean, I guess. I think though that like for most people this is definitely a non-issue. 1.23 is super high. I disagree. I really don't think Hidden Hard Rock should be competitive at all with DT on most maps, but it's definitely better than before. That's obviously certain. Like the multipliers. Yeah, I think on the whole, it's actually pretty decent values. Yeah, Hidden Hard Rock literally should never... Like, Hidden Hard Rock was a literal scourge of the leaderboards on anything actually difficult. By the way, they couldn't even use the excuse of feature lock because it was that way for literally forever. Like, that was just pure incompetence. But honestly, if they made DT 1.25 instead of 1.23, I would not complain one bit. Or honestly, even if you want to keep, like, the numbers not very different, I really do think it'd be cool if DT was 1.25, Hard Rock was 1.1, and then Hidden was 1.05. I think that would be more satisfying. Although honestly, I'm fine with the gap on Hard Rock versus Hidden in this upcoming change. I like it. I mean, Hard Rock always should have been worth more than Hidden. Feel like DT and Flashlight should be comparable score-wise. I mean, I don't like when Hidden Flashlight beats Hidden DT, but I do think for, like, just score leaderboards, like, I think that's fine to have Flashlight be competitive. But I do find the DT scores mostly more interesting. It's obviously subjective, though. What is 2x anyways in this? I don't even remember. Is it like 1.46 or something stupid? By the way, guys, I just want to throw this out there. With these upcoming score changes or mod multiplier changes, I could beat most of my silver scores. I think it'd be really funny if I just went through and wiped out as many of my hidden and silver scores as possible. That would be fun. I don't know if I could do all of them. There might be some that are a little too hard. But I think most of them, I absolutely could shred through. I think it'd be funny. I should stream it. I think that'd be fun. The side quest, oh yeah. Honestly, after all the score farming I did for Score Camp, I was actually itching for more side quest stuff. Like, pure score farming is fun, but at a certain point, I'm like, kind of want to play other kinds of maps. That was the fun part about completion. I could go for really score-heavy sessions And then the next day I'd be like, I'm gonna do funny stuff or play low stars or whatever I want. But yeah, if you guys are interested in the silver score fixing stream, then perhaps we can do this. But obviously we gotta wait for all scores to be recalculated first. Laser being the score meta turned you off the score camp entirely. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, personally, I kind of like the laser scoring, but it's the fact that laser scoring and stable scoring affect the leaderboard, like, both at the same time is insane. Like, it needs to be fixed. Like, honestly, I think at this point the solution is to make all stable scores just automatically convert into laser scoring to affect the rank score leaderboard. I think that would be the solution to make. And also, rank score cannot be the standardized score. It needs to be the classic scaling. If it's the 1 million score cap type scoring, I'm actually gonna find Pepe's chimney. That's all I'm gonna say. There's honestly still some reasons, though, that playing on laser is genuinely an awful experience, though. There's sessions where I get 0 lag spikes, and then sessions where I get lag spike on every map I play without changing any settings. I literally don't understand. Oh, and then another thing, I don't understand how offset works on this client. Like, everything sounds wrong. Like, I'm genuinely wondering if I've been playing with the wrong offset my entire Osu career. That's how bad it is. Because I'm not understanding how offset works in this client. Like, when I was live streaming Score Camp, I felt like I was consistently messing up accuracy because nothing felt like it was timed correctly. When you opened the game last time, it said there was some new feature that was supposed to be count for Windows delay or something. People liked it so much they decided to make it default. Is that it? Am I actually just like getting trolled by? See, here's the thing. I literally made you come up and listen, and you said there was nothing wrong with my offset. But then, like, when I was playing, I literally had my headphones off and my accuracy went up instantly. Like, everything still sounded completely wrong. Like, it sounds like hit sounds play way too soon. I don't know, man. I don't get it. Does Laser have a feature for offsetting just hit sounds? Because maybe that's what I need. Because I felt like visually everything looked correct, but my hit sounds felt so weird. Like, is Laser playing hit sounds sooner or later? Like, I can't... Something feels wrong. Maybe I just need to mess with my audio and offset until something feels right. By the way, like, I say this as someone who's literally never used offset before. In stable, I literally never had to use offset once in my life. So that's why for me it's extra frustrating. Like, I don't understand what they did to make offset necessary. Yet another reason Laser is a weird client. Throw it in the pile. Put it on the list. Oh, is there actually air pocket? I'm like getting like the tiniest impressive looking air pockets ever. Like the time save I'm getting from these is actually like nothing. I'm like 1 minute faster than average. Actually, less than a minute faster than average halfway down. This time save is actually not done very much. Honestly, the Instamine is definitely going to do more. I'm not gonna hate on Laser too much though. I'm at the point now where apparently hating on Laser is a losing battle at this point. And also they're finally addressing some of the most egregious things about it for a score farmer. So whatever at this point. The mod multipliers was definitely like the most unbelievable thing ever. I still think they made a mistake when it comes to making every score ever set in the game before Laser a mod, but that's not changing, so you just adapt. Well, you should post that to GitHub and see what happens. Something something make GitHub post. Is your entire family died in a car crash? Make a GitHub post about it. Also, I don't think they want star rating to ever affect score that way. You make a GitHub ticket for $1 trillion, you should do it. They definitely won't get upset at you. We all should take over GitHub and turn it to every other social media platform. It would be funny if we made GitHub unusable for Peppy. I'm not opposed. Let me up. I mean, Peppy is not gonna do very much helpful in regards to score anyways. The guy doesn't understand the community at all. Most of the mod multiplayer stuff was done without his input. They're not gonna make Hard Rock an easy part of Difficulty Adjust. I think Difficulty Adjust is not meant to be a ranked mod, from my understanding. And also, if they got rid of Hard Rock and Easy, that would be literally insane and psychotic. I think I don't know a single other person that cares about Difficulty Adjust like you seem to. Not at least for like making it viable for leaderboards, I should say. Like, yeah, I think Difficulty Adjust is cool, but I don't think it should really be on leaderboards like that. So I'm fine with the change they have. Yeah. Yeah, perhaps. I just don't think it's worth the effort. And also, I just need them to fix the mod multipliers for everything else before they spend 5 months debating Difficulty Adjust on its own. So I'm glad they don't care that much about Difficulty Adjust right now. Because they definitely would spend way too much time on just that. Give me a functional leaderboard first before you start caring about the laser mods. I mean, you can still play them, they just won't give PP. I think what you might be getting is that you want PP for CS6 jumps. But you can play CS6 jumps right now. There is nothing stopping you from doing this. Unless they've literally got rid of difficulty adjust. I don't think they're gonna do that though. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe difficulty adjust could be more viable as like a leaderboard mod if you made it so that you can only increase stats. Or maybe let you mess with stats except for AR. At least to have it like as a ranked mod, I should say. I don't know. Because there's plenty of maps for increasing the AR definitely makes it way easier. So I think that was the rationale behind that. As for the other things, it's more like collateral damage. Saw one person complaining that he uses AR. Yeah, I mean... Okay, here's the thing though, like, difficulty adjust really... Like, again, I really don't think difficulty adjust should be worth, like, similar score to not using it. I don't know. I don't think it's really that big of a deal. I'm gonna be real, ranking every mod is such a terrible idea. Yeah. Yeah, I get you. There's definitely some people, though, that if it gave PP but gave terrible leaderboard spots would still complain. And it's just like... I don't know, man. I don't think it's that important. This is such a, like, weird edge case mod in that regard anyways. There's too many variables. At least for score. It's just easier to make it, like, 1.0 and then just nuke it at any point in difference. Even if it objectively makes the map harder. Honestly, I think it's funnier to make the stats so much harder than the original map, but then it gives no score. I think that'd be hilarious. Like, you get the world's most impressive score, and it's last on the leaderboard because it gave no score. Because you messed with the stats too much. I think that's kind of funny. Yeah. I mean, that's why, well, again, that's why I'm saying for score, I really think the change they made is fine. Because, like, I don't play for PP, so to me, how it's used for PP is irrelevant. I personally have no stake in this for PP. I mean, they haven't even ranked rate adjust yet, so... I think difficulty adjust is going to be something that takes even longer. Unless they release them at the same time. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're a mapper. You could just rank or map some precision farm if you truly feel like there isn't enough. They specifically hold off on rechange purely because people want it. It's more like the devs don't care. They care about what the new sign up on mobile cares about. Not the person that's been playing Osu for 10 plus years. Alright, we just need to get you 2 more Osu accounts that can become BN so you can rank all your maps. Definitely not suspicious or bannable. One BN said that it feels like you just put high CS on a CS4 map. Crazy. Literally, the more you play, the less Osu cares about your opinion. Yeah, my opinion literally doesn't matter. That's how Osu sees me. Also, that logic is crazy, because, like, that doesn't even sound like a bad thing. And also, I thought we don't care about subjectivity anymore. I thought we just only care about, is the map rankable? Yeah, that too. Like, if it was actually something mapped at CS4 but then made CS8, you would actually be able to tell. The spacing would be ridiculous on most maps. EU unfriendly. Almost EU friendly. Yeah, just give it a little more time. By the very end of this stream, it will be almost EU friendly. How are you doing, Green? Woke up at 4 a.m. to your cat meowing. Incredible. Also, yeah, am I out of the loop? What's wrong with Irie maps? Or I guess I should say Irie maps. miss any? I think we're good. Just not that good at precision maps. I mean, to be fair, there's just not that many precision maps before recent years, so it was either irreversible maps or nothing. Cool touchscreen maps. Yeah, I didn't realize I had so many precision heads in my viewership. I'm personally pretty neutral on precision. I don't hate it. I just don't really play it very much. It's not my go-to skill set to play for skill cap. For me, that's tapping, like stream maps. Or like Air 8, Air 7, Air 8 DT old maps. That's my favorite thing to play. You know, it's funny. One of the only maps I remember turning from CS4 to CS8 that I like played is actually Mendez. I don't know why I did that. It's kind of fun though. It just turned into like a low BPM space stream map. Cross-screen cut streams. I will check that out at the end of this chunk. I need to stay focused on chunking because I have to actually wake up at a reasonable time tomorrow. I'm pushing this to right before I gotta go to sleep. Identity Part 4! Some of the most iconic cut streams ever created. Or honestly, just look at like any pretty map. Well, I just said what came to my head first. I don't really remember. And it's certainly the most iconic one I can think of immediately. I don't know. There's like that one Toho song, like Rolling Darkness or whatever. I don't remember. That one is pretty cut streamy. Rats. Or you just make the map CS0 and then just difficulty adjust to CS8. Genius. Chinese mustard. Okay. Getting closer, getting closer. Yeah, you should probably get some sleep. Unless you have a really weird sleep schedule. Not every Air 8 map is meant for DT, but every Air 8 map can have DT slapped on it. If you're brave enough, you can try. You know what I want to do? I don't want to play like extreme precision, but I want to play like fast precision. I want to try something like Handsome Suika map, but at like 1.2 or 1.3x speed. That sounds like fun. Like, it's not like CS 8 or 10 or whatever, but it's just like fast, but you still have to be precise. Yeah, it's aim, but it's not like, it's not aim slop, you know? Definitely more on the aim control side, I suppose. I mean, I would still consider, I forget if it's CS6 or CS7, but I would consider that precision, at least on like the easier end of precision. I mean, I certainly don't really play like CS 8 plus for the most part. I have some scores in FC like that, but not too many. Maybe if I stuck with a really big area, or not really big, but like if I stuck with a bigger area like I tried in the past, maybe precision would have been naturally easier. But I feel like with the way I play and my grip, precision is not the easiest skill set to master. Not that you necessarily need a big area for precision, but it takes some work. I mean, really though, rate adjust is definitely one of the biggest pluses in laser. Like, it actually makes playing skill cap fun because I'm not forced to either play 1.0 or 1.5 speed. I mean, obviously OC Trainer existed and I used that, but it was very cumbersome compared to how you can just adjust it on the fly in laser. Don't even have to open the mod menu. Yeah, oh yeah, Tap X, you definitely would benefit from a bigger area. 216 by 135. That's not even big. Oh man, you guys would cry at how small my area is then in comparison. And I don't even feel like I use really that small of an area. But compared to you guys, it's tiny. Don't call me bro, buddy. Wanna see me angry transforms into a werewolf. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I didn't realize we were comparing tablet area. You know, it's not about the size of your tablet area, it's about how you use it, you know? Many people are saying this. I wish I could convert DPI, like mouse DPI to tablet area. Because I wonder what my tablet area effectively would have been when I used to play with mouse. Has anyone ever made a calculator for this, or is that even possible? It's GPT. I literally would rather die than use AI for anything. I don't know, I just know that when I was first new to Osu, I would use, I think, 4000 DPI and then play in 1280 by 720 windowed mode. I don't know why, but that's how I chose to start Osu with. It's insane. I don't know what to tell you. That's literally like that's what I had to do. I actually had no desk room. So I was forced to play with a DPI in area that like made it so that I didn't have to really move my hand. Yeah, you know what's the bonus of playing with such a high DPI and small like screen size? I didn't really get affected by mouse drift very much. Now the downside was literally everything else about using something like that. 8 millimeters. Yeah, I quite literally wouldn't move my hand. Like if you saw a live play, you would have said that's just a still image. That's how little I moved. I obviously don't play with an area anywhere near that small now, but I've never used an area bigger than 100 millimeters, like on the width. I don't know what my current area is. I can take a look, but it's pretty small. At least compared to you two. It's crazy. Alright, let's see what it says. It says, okay, I'm using a bigger area than I normally used to use. I'm currently sitting at 90 by 60. 90 millimeter by 60 millimeter. And yes, I do use a square area. Don't ask. Don't worry about it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. I mean, the smallest tablet area I used, I think, was like, God, like, maybe 80 by 40 or something ridiculous. I don't know what. Maybe not 80 by 40, because that wouldn't be a square. Maybe it would be 60 by 40. I couldn't play with that, though. It was way too small. I think 90 by 60 is a good compromise for me, because I genuinely struggle to reach the corners of my screen with anything bigger. You can reach both control keys simultaneously on your keyboard with pinky thumb. I never thought about it, but my keyboard doesn't have two control buttons, so I can't really, I can't compare. What keys are right control supposed to be next to on a normal keyboard? Is it like right next to spacebar or what? Arrow keys? Oh, then can I do that? I definitely cannot do that. Yeah, big hands. One 1.6 because all your tablets you own is 1.6 unflared. Yeah. I mean, I personally never could get used to playing with a rectangular area. I always found it really strange, even though it objectively makes sense. I just always felt square area to be more intuitive. Like 1.5 ratio for me feels best. Gotta sleep one more time. Yeah, I mean, my grip isn't very good at reaching the corners super well, so I think for me, like, having a square area is good. It just works for me. I mean, my understanding of Osu is, for the most part, whatever's most comfortable is probably what you should be using. Unless you were injuring yourself, which in that case, is it really the most comfortable? And look, as far as I remember, MREC uses a square area, so it's perfectly fine. Or at least he did when he first reached number 1. I don't know about now. Alright, we're almost done with this chunk. Yippee! That's another chunk complete. Very nice. Let's punch in the stats. Oh, and that's also chunk number 200, guys. Did it. We are now 200 chunks deep. 200 done. That's kind of wild, actually. Oh boy. Two centuries. I mean, I feel like we've been going at a pretty good pace. It really could be worse. Alright, sorry, I got distracted by Discord. Let me actually punch in stats now. 1. How many diamond ore did I mine? 3494. So that's 9. And then how many diamonds did I get? 17. Alright, thankfully these chunks have been a little faster than average, so that helps. Especially because I gotta take time to punch in stuff. Alright, there we go. All punched in. Drink some water. Well, because it's Tycho, that's why. Alright. Please tell me we get interesting anything in this chunk. All I see is some Instamine, and that's it. And the world's tiniest air pocket that isn't even in the chunk. Sad. Yeah. Okay. I am gonna take a quick break, restroom break, and then we will do our last chunk for the night. So, BRB. Okay, I have returned. All right, let's see something. Hi. All right, just getting all this sorted out. All right. All right. One more chunk for the day. Gotta hope it's not a super long one, because otherwise I will be a little upset. Because I gotta go to bed right after I finish this chunk. So, yeah, let's do this. Give me big air pocket hiding below. Ooh, I don't know what to talk about now. Talking definitely makes these chunks fly by. Like, I honestly can't believe I already hit 2 chunks. Versus when I'm just sitting here, like, quiet and just focused on the mining. It's very different. I mean, I personally like both, but it definitely, the way time moves feels different. Oh, banger alert. That's a Toho playing. I also have lots of Toho in my playlist. I am Toho biased. I feel like in other game modes, it'd be hard to actually make a hard map without overmapping. I mean, honestly, even in standard, it's hard to make like a high star map without overmapping. But certainly for other game modes, I think it's even more of an issue. Yeah, yeah. But like in other game modes, I think it's more necessary to actually make hard maps. Rather, like, it's not as needed in standard, I think. You can definitely make more of a case for stuff being badly overmapped in standard than other game modes. For some reason, searchlights was not allowed. I don't know, man. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't really understand how that map couldn't be ranked, considering all the other garbage that's allowed in the rank section. I don't see how this map was any worse. If anything, it made more sense. Like, I think Searchlights objectively is more interesting and valid as a map than Aimslop. Yeah. I mean, quite literally, Sotark's killed mapping. They did remediate it, and it still didn't pass, but it had a chance. Isn't the system they use for that stuff now, doesn't it literally ignore anyone that isn't a BN or like a position of power? Like, does the community vote part of it even matter? Yeah, from my understanding, it literally doesn't matter what the community percentage on it is. It only matters about, like, BNs. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what percent Searchlight's got with people, but it would be funny if people voted for it to be ranked, but BN said nah. I wouldn't doubt that's exactly what happened. I could be wrong. I don't really remember. I'm like only vaguely aware of that happening. Mm. So basically, it's exactly what I said. BNs were like, nah, but the community was like, this should be ranked, but it doesn't matter. Um, So what was the point of this system? Like, what's even the point of having the public vote, aside from getting people more upset? Yeah, I don't really know what group 1 and 2 is, but my understanding it's basically BNs. It just seems silly. NAT, I see. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems silly that a map that has popular support by the community can just be vetoed completely like that. Again, like the public vote literally just means nothing then in that case. I don't understand why it's even there, like why it's a button you can do anything with. Because I feel like that would just upset the community more by being even, like, allow them to vote, but it doesn't do anything anyways. I feel like that's worse than just not letting them vote in the first place. Still consider this map is overdone, misses playability, send it to loved is okay instead of ranked. Wow. Meanwhile, if anything, these aim slop maps literally should be retroactively removed from the rank section and actually moved to loved instead. Or the graveyard, or deleted, whichever is better. It really should be the other way around. I mean, I've said this before, but if Peppy was awesome in base, he would have already nuked aim slop retroactively and just been like, you cannot do this. But he doesn't know anything about his own game, so that's not happening. I think I remember looking over like the responses from BNs. Aren't a lot of them literally like one sentence or even one word responses? Like you don't actually have to really explain anything in your agreements with the veto. You can pretty much just be like, yeah. And it's anonymous, right? I mean, I don't think it being anonymous necessarily is a bad thing, but it's when it's used like this, it might be. It seems very bad faith to use this system. No pun intended. bad faith to use this system this way. Yeah. See, Searchlights would have been a good map if it was TV size, Nightcord, and aim slop instead. Crazy. Meanwhile, if you speak out about any other type of map, you're just allowed to dunk on the mapper for trying to get their map ranked. And look, I'll say this, like, Attendant does have, like, you can find reasons to be really annoyed with this guy and not see him in, like, a righteous way or anything. Like, there's definitely things he says and does that can be very frustrating and annoying. But I feel like this case just seems very stupid. Like, I don't know why they're actually crucifying him for making such a map. Yeah. Yeah, he makes good maps. It's just, I guess they just don't like him personally, because he can be very super aggressive. Uh, it's a stupid situation overall. It's like, oops, that sucks. Thankfully, I have an army of diamond picks. Is that Disco Twitter post about him joking that he talks his BNs? Disco has been sent away to jail for a very long time. He has committed many sins and crimes. Oh man, I just unlocked a memory. I don't completely remember the context of this conversation. Honestly, Goink would remember better than I do. But I think there was one time where, like, I don't know, It's Winter posted something on Twitter, and I just remember replying with something along the lines of check your mailbox. Like, just a very ominous threat. I guess Twitter used to be so much more fun. Now it's just complete racism and actual threats and doxing. Very sad. It's actually crazy that the last time I opened Twitter, like OC Twitter, the very first post I saw had like 1,500 likes, and it's just someone writing a slur in a tournament, and not a single negative comment under the post, or like quote tweet or anything. Literally all of it was positive interaction. Like, yeah, that's chill, that's cool. They drop diamonds. It would be awesome if this chunk had a secret air pocket, but I'm not holding out hope. Oh, this is range. Oh, I see. The ravine gets cut off literally right there. We did it. We reached another 100 chunk milestone. Yeah. How are you doing, Seer? Okay, presume. We're chilling. Just a short little session. This is our last chunk for the night. Nothing too crazy. I don't have too much time for chunking this weekend. I'll only be able to do a longer session on Monday. Because I'm gonna be hanging out with people tomorrow, so I'll probably do a stream around the same time I started today. That's how it goes. God, Felt is so good. Oh, why is Windows yelling at me? Thank you for telling me you did not find a virus. What is this? Let me take a very quick look. Okay, I don't have time for a video right now. Oh man. Yeah, this is a very average chunk, especially after first like 15 layers. Just deep slate. Oh, is there an air pocket below me, or is it this very small sliver on the wall here? It is, in fact, the very small sliver on the wall. That's kind of insane. You know how Spider-Man live in New York, right? I did not know that. So the Knicks went up 2-0 against the Spurs. Don't know what any of this means. New York Knicks went up 2-0 against the Spurs in NBA Finals. I don't know who the Spurs are or where they're from. I assume this is basketball? Because you will feel happy and satisfied knowing you have clean dishes to eat food off of. And it will be visually nicer to have the dishes done. And also because you have to. Hope this helps. Also, does that mean the Knicks like won? I don't know if there's a grand finals or something. I don't know if other sports do that or not. This song is Flora by Icarus. The only basketball team you care about is the Harlem Globetrotters. No, it's a ECRISS. And then Flora, like FLORA. Yes, correct, Pixel. You know, I've been wondering why my hunger bar is cakes instead of melons. I did not know that If someone has a way for me to change it to melons, I'd consider it. I've not seen such hunger bar. It probably exists, but no, it was never melons, but one dot 20.8. Or 1.21.8, excuse me. You can send a link, I'm just not gonna be able to click it right now. You probably should send it on in the Discord chat. This is why I need a third monitor, because y'all keep sending me stuff that I can't look at while I'm streaming. I don't have enough screen space. Yeah. I mean, I'll consider it. I don't really care that much about what my Minecraft aesthetics are. I'm just here to dig. So 1 sec. Cool. I will look at it when I can, because I gotta go right to sleep after I finish the stream. I got a busy day tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow night for more chunking. Busy day, Chunks. That's on Monday. Tomorrow I actually gotta go outside. Ugh. I know. Gotta get you a job in the gold mine. I mean, I'm not going to work tomorrow. I'm actually gonna be hanging out with people. Which might be worse. No, it should be good. Well, it can't be that bad because Goink will be there, so it'll be a good time. Today was an adventure. You had to go pick up refill of your estradiol, And then found out your bus has a detour. You have to get on a stop that's a minute walk away. I think I might not be following the adventure part. You had to walk an extra minute for your bus stop. I see. Curry. I did not have curry today. Actually, I haven't had curry in a while. I should fix that. I've honestly just been lazy when it comes to cooking lately. Low motivation. Honestly, the hardest part about cooking for me is just like because of my work schedule, like I just don't get a lot of time after work. Like if I was working a normal like 9 to 5, like 8-hour shift, cooking at home would be pretty trivial in terms of time. But since I work 11-hour shifts and I have to wake up like, basically, I spend actively dealing with work for like 12 to 12 and a half hours, including wake up time and all that. I don't get very much time to myself, let alone to also need to cook. So I pretty much just don't cook on my work nights, unless it's like literally microwaving something really quick or something like that. I can't actually cook from scratch for the most part. Sucks. It sucks. I need a better work schedule. This is... Well, a lot of the times that I get home from work, she's either at work or busy doing other things. And I also hate asking for anything, so I don't want to be like, hey, can you cook? I'm not really, I don't like asking. And also, I'm very picky with my food, so even if she did cook, I feel like I would micromanage. So effectively, I should just be cooking the food anyways. I'm the one that normally cooks like more from scratch in the household between us two. Yeah. I should cook food on like final days of weekends, like huge batches. That's usually what I do. The problem I've been having is that my weekends have been very erratic in terms of what we've been doing. Like I literally have been doing this. I should say. It's just the last few weekends have been very difficult to plan around because of a lot of different factors. So I've just not had time to do that. And then, like, low-key going to do that for me. I don't want to bother her about it. I don't like pasta that much. Not for, like, meal prepping. I don't know, every time I eat pasta, I don't feel that satisfied. I get a lot more satisfied from like rice and bread. Pasta makes me feel more hungry. I think the other thing that's been difficult though is not even just the time aspect, is that I'm like supremely burned out from everything. I think that's the thing that's really been making it difficult for me. Like I've actually been pretty good about meal prepping up until about a couple of weeks ago. I was meal prepping every single week for a long while there. But I think I'm just supremely burned out from work, and it's been making it very difficult to function. And also low-key, like, it's just hard to there's so many annoying little things that make it really hard for me to plan everything out. Like, Goink doesn't get her work schedule until the literal last minute every single week. So I never know what time to actually schedule my streams to be until I already have them scheduled, and then I might have to change them. That's another thing that makes everything difficult. I don't know. It's just hard. I've been struggling with getting myself to do the things I need to do. Honestly, I've been struggling to even get myself to do things I want to do. Even like this project can be kind of a struggle. Like I yeah, it's crazy because my work is like annoying in the other direction. My my work schedule is literally planned out between 2 and 3 weeks in advance, which actually makes it very hard to request a day off that isn't very far in advance. Like, I've been feeling so burnt out, but if I want to request a day off, it literally has to be like almost a month in advance, which by then I'm gonna be even more burned out and want even more time off. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that. Hey, boss, I'm gonna get sick in a couple of weeks. Can I request that off? That's funny, because I've literally said exactly this as a joke. Like, hey, by the way, just letting you know, I'm gonna be sick in a couple of weeks. Oh. I'm also just not good at requesting time off. I'm more of a just work myself until I'm just gonna one day be like, hey, boss, just letting you know I'm not coming in for the next few days. I'm just not feeling it. See ya. It's not a good thing. Don't actually do that. I don't know. I'm starting to get to the point that because my schedule is made so far in advance, and I still haven't requested any time off, that like either this coming week or the next week, I just decide to take 1 or 2 quote unquote sick days just to recover. Like, I hate doing that when I'm not actually sick. But like at the same time, I kind of am sick. It's just not like coughing, bedridden sickness. It's more like supremely exhausted sickness. It's the kind of sickness that bosses don't actually care about. And don't have to care about. I don't know, I'll figure something out. Honestly, I need a vacation. You're right. By the way, I have terrible work ethic. Guy who literally hasn't called sick out of work once. And in my entire time working in the last year, have gone home early 2 times. Terrible work ethic, by the way. Like, honestly, like, anyone who works like that should be told to go home and rest at that point. I don't know. I need to figure something out soon because I'm getting really sick of it. Like honestly, this last week of work I had was actually some of the easiest work I've had in a while. And I still felt so tired and exhausted that it didn't matter that the week itself actually wasn't very hard. Like that's how I know that I need a break. So, I don't know. Maybe I should very quickly find a sudden reason to take vacation. If you're listening, Goink, we need to take a vacation. And honestly, I don't even mean like a travel vacation necessarily. I don't find traveling that relaxing. I just want to actually relax and like enjoy life. Isn't that crazy? Mhm. Oh man. Probably some fun enjoying Whimsy. Just chilling and mining. This is true, this is true. We're almost there. Probably another, like, 6 minutes. All you gotta do is open up a new Minecraft world and start going for it. Crazy. It just happened that way because I dug through a big thing of tough at the very bottom. So it would have been really annoying to dig it the normal way. And also, why not? Why not? One more sleep. anything. We're good. Okay, we're just about done here. Okay, there we go. Another chunk complete. Ah. Alright, let's punch this in. 1 hour, 36 minutes, 18 seconds. 201 chunk. Ah. Wait, what are they? I think I punched stuff in wrong on my little heat map. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, this is the next chunk. Let me just make sure. Yeah, because this is right up on the edge here. Okay, that's weird. I was like, something looked wrong on my spreadsheet. I figured it out. Alright, let's punch in the rest of these stats. Two, 3, 5, 1. That is 22 diamond ore. How many diamonds? 46. And then open that. Punch in my blocks in deep slate. Just over 15,000 blocks mined. Much of that was deep slate. 13.5k. Okay. Yeah, my deep slate efficiency was pretty good today. Hovered between 92 and 93%. I can accept this. Okay. Oh, let me grab one more. Alright, very nice, very nice. Decent session. Nothing to really say or comment on. I mean, it was all the chunks were very average. I mean, actually, I had two that were faster than average by a couple of minutes. This one was average, but nothing of note. Nothing of note. That's perfectly fine, honestly. And then let's just make sure that this is the correct chunk. So this would be 8 and negative 168, right? Yep. Okay, perfect. Okay. I fixed my heat map. Alright. Cool. Well, I'll be back tomorrow at the same time for chunks. Late night chunking once again. And then on Monday, we're going to do a long session. So be ready. But yeah, I'm going to get out of here. I'll catch you guys then. Good night. Goodbye.